left. Mission accomplished. Good work. Have you found any proof of their smuggling operation? We've analyzed the raw materials stored in here, and the results show that they do contain the same metals as the ones that were brought to Germany. We also found detailed files on the smuggling operation. You'd think they'd try to destroy this kind of evidence when they saw us coming. Talked to some of the prisoners. They say Glazer specifically ordered them not to destroy any evidence. Why would he give such orders? He knew we, the Durandal, were coming, and so he chose to fight us. What did he have against you? Been a thorn in his side since the beginning. Once he knew his plan had failed, all he was left with was a need for vengeance. My guess is he didn't care if we found any evidence of a failed plan. Guess he chose the wrong people to take revenge on. Remind me not to get on your bad side. We'll be sending this evidence to the UK right away. Yes, we will. Prime Minister Nolan is planning to announce our success at the Central Assembly meeting in 6 hours. I see. Hey, also, you have a call from Daryl. Put him on, please. Elsa? Hello, Daryl. What can I do for you? Well, we managed to take out the Zafton base in Venezuela. Really? Great job, Daryl. Also have some bad news. Some of their transports managed to take off. I think they're already out of the country. The Zaftons have retreated from Venezuela, then? Looks like it. I have a feeling they still have something up their sleeves. What do you mean? It's just that it's not like them to give up this easy, you know? There's one thing I could give them credit for, it's their persistence. Yes, I would have to agree on that. Never mind, don't worry about it, Elsa. It's probably just my imagination. Alright, thanks for contacting us. Transport you asked for should be arriving at the rendezvous point on schedule. Will you be able to make the pickup? Oh yeah, we'll be there. Later, Elsa. Bye. What do you think? It sounds like they retreated. Why? What if they were planning another attack? Where would they hit? I might have an answer to that. Oh, explain. There's one flight plan that hadn't been used in the data Daryl sent us. What was the destination? It's the EC Assembly building in Paris. What? But they can't be going there. There's no reason for Zafta to attack the EC Central Assembly. It may have been a backup plan to trigger a war between the EC and the UCS. The way things stand now, that data only helps to prove Zafter's guilt in all this. But if the assembly building is attacked while the premiers are meeting... Telford, can we leave this place in your hands? The Durandal will go to Paris. I'll contact Prime Minister Nolan and ask him to cancel the assembly meeting. That way you won't have to fight another battle this day. Even if the assembly escapes to safety, we cannot let the Zaftons run loose in Paris. We must go. I'll ask the British Army to send a security force. You do not have to go. Colonel Telford, we have more experience fighting these Zaftrans than anyone else. We will be more used to the British Army in Paris than here. Please, you must let us go. Telford. Alright, do what you must. But tell me, Zine, do you train your people to be as stubborn as you? No, but I do expect them to develop that wonderful trait. Alright, we did get a new simulator battle for this team. Randall 08. And Randall 12. Alright, so I gotta do 2 simulation battles. Save. Don't think they have any new ones or stuff, but I'll check real quick. Oh, they do. Great. Great. Alright, so... Zarya? Wow. Not good options. But yeah, we can go with the Blazaya. Lose a little... I lose a little evasion, but I would gain more hit points instead of losing hit points. Or I can go with more evasion for less hit points. lose a little power. It gains me power, but do I even need to replace my arms? $300 and $220. This is just missiles. Nah. So we could actually, let's see, hang on, backpack. Alright, so this would give me 30 more evasion, but I'm still at negative 30. But it would give me more hit points, and it's the highest amount of hit points, so... Legs. We could actually change you to something else, get you a little more move. Oh, I got a new suit of armor at the end of that fight. Oh, no, I didn't. I did, but I got that a while back, and it wasn't as good as... But I kept the parts. May have to change arm type for him. Yeah, we'll be able to do both of them that way. Especially not and upgrade the weapon. Alright, so I gained 6 weight or 2 weight. I think I need to do the 6. I do lose accuracy. Okay. Who has the Zelani legs or whatever they are? You do. Okay. We'll see if I can sell them in a second. You got a minus 10 evasion? Can I do better than that? Yeah? Yeah, I can. Okay, that is not possible. Those aren't possible either. Not even those. So those are some pretty good legs. Lightweight, high move, and a decent amount of evasion. So we could probably sell the rest. The last stake. Crusader Rod. Let's go Crusader Rods. And right shoulder. I don't think she's got enough for something on there. And minimum $7.95. Breathe some air. It doesn't change his evasion, but it gives him 20 more hit point, weighs a little more, 40 power versus 50 power, no hit points, and it weighs more. So, Prozeon. Only got 6 move lights. I think those are gonna be the legs. See if they sell some parts. That's a pretty kick-ass backpack, and I just squeeze it in. I just don't get a new weapon. That's not gonna work. But that is the only backpack. It's a good backpack. Definitely improves all my ranges for his sensors. But what do I need to get a new gun? 4? No, 18. Or 10, or... That's better, and I don't have to actually gain some weight. So yeah, you can switch to that. Firewall! Yeah, baby, just fits. And Beck's out of luck. Doubt they would do this to me at this point in the game. No, there are no new computers to buy. What's better, 1 max or 2 plus 4s? He has 16, so the 1 full. Yeah. This Pepsi was malformed and drained of a little bit of its liquid, so it's completely flat. Ugh. I was going to check if anyone has any abilities they can buy. Oh my. That'll be interesting if that ever triggers. Listen to a little music tonight. Alright, so you're the one that got the most stuff. Tell me what's mine and tell me what's yours. I never had much, I never got a choice. Tell me what's mine and tell me what's yours. I never got a say, I never got a choice. Tell me what's mine and tell me what's yours. I never got a say, I never got a choice. Tell me what's mine and tell me what's yours. Bad Omens, if you never heard of them. Got to see them live at a Linkin Park show recently. Well, a year ago. They were phenomenal. I went and bought all their CDs. Is there anything I want to squeeze in there? Let's take off the... Oh, the EP Plus. I'm gonna take that off. Where it should be. Get on the friction. Where it should be. Don't try and fix me. Some elation, some tension, some variation, the fun, the fiction. I'm running where I should be. Don't try and fix me. The fun. Need on the friction, right where I should be. Need on the friction. Shave. Simulator 8, and then 12. And 12 gets us a new suit of arms on it, I believe. Alright, what you got for me? Some grenadiers and melees. Assaulters. Wow, that's some jammers back here. Gust jammers, so machine gun arms. Interesting. Alright, I guess we'll just start over here and... Alright. Bet you didn't expect to see me so soon. Grenadier with a shotgun. Interesting. Controller drift. Oh, too close. How about there? panic and terror is setting in. I'm gonna just take a shot that these guys don't come at me immediately, but they probably will. I don't know the map, so I'll just try it. And these guys, this guy can just jetpacks! Where are you guys going? I'm right here. Wait, that thing has like 10 ammo? Or 8 ammo? Oh, that was a mistake. I'm gonna have to rework him. He needs way more ammo than that. Goody. They did move, but that's okay. Poor guy didn't have a chance. Wow, we got 2 hits. 2 bullet hits. I'm gonna swear to God you won't be so come back away. I lost myself. I'm trying to I'm throwing you away. You Yeah, he is out of ammo already. This is not convenient at all. Pay attention to that in the future. .3% chance, and he got a really good hits. Ow. Behind our position. middle of the map, and is that it? Oh, one way the fuck over there. Okay, what the hell? Okay, they're gonna try and blow up my... Oh, was that... No, that wasn't. Okay, they're long-ranging my... missileers. That's fine. Why are you firing... trying to fire through Elsa? You know that's not gonna work very well, right? %. That was ridiculous. Yeah, they're railing on him. Elsa's wearing them down. They're trying to come around to attack me? Okay. Weird. Are they patrolling? I don't... This map confuses me. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. Alright. Right there. Do, just like you always do. I'm a master. I know exactly how this is, but you cut me on just to watch me bleed. Give up who I am for what I wanted me to be. Emptiness machine, emptiness machine. do. I keep on lying to you. Already home, already under my skin. And I know exactly how your sounds are. Just to watch me bleed. Give up who I am for who you wanted me to be. So don't go to sleep. Inside the emptiness machine. I wanted to be fond of something. I only wanted to be fond of, fond of. I only wanted to be fond of something. I wanted to be fond of, fond of. I only wanted to be fond of something. I only wanted to be fond. But you come just to watch me play. For who you wanted me to be. Fucking night. So, emptiness machine. Emptiness machine. Emptiness machine. Emptiness machine. Ow, what? Alright. Hermie's gotta get to him. I don't know where they're going. That's a lot of healing. Guys get lost on the way to me? Or do they... can they... Why did that one... I am so confused. She said bip. Just because I was tucked back there? What is going on? What the... is going? Need the, visible confusion meme? Shine us up. Hi. Come on, man. What? They didn't home? Oh, they're EMPs. Frustration. And you're out of ammo again. And you're kind of useless against these EMPs, because... Do you still have... protection? No. Good. Eliza. Not great. Like usual. If I did, it didn't go to my inbox. I'll have to look. I can go check. Oh, no, it did come. I just didn't see it pop in. Thank you! Well, I got my phone open, listening to another streamer, and so I didn't see the. Actually, I wouldn't have seen it come in anyway. I don't have push notifications on. I should be finishing this game tonight, which means I'll be doing some Baldur's Gate tomorrow, or next time I play. Yeah. My pain management doctors decided I have to do 2 weeks of my prescriptions this month for whatever reason. Well, I know the reason, but I don't agree with the reason, so I'm not even going to get them. I'm not going to be taking my pain medicine for the next month. So, not looking forward to that. You asked me that last time. Yeah, it's June 6th. Yeah, aren't we all? Alright, that's gonna be the body. Yeah, I'm gonna be losing my mind this month. Let's get his backpack first. Yeah, I mean, the world is a lot right now. So I understand. Well, like I said, I should be finishing this game up tonight, and that'll free me up to, I'll be going to sleep after. I'm going to sleep afterwards. It's already 2:30 here. No. I did not eat. My mom and her friend that has been visiting went to a German restaurant. And I stayed home and took a nice bath and got clean. I'm trying to figure out what weapons to put on him. I'll actually give him that. And firewall. Nothing on the left. Alright. One big rocket. Okay. Or 3 smaller. What do you think? 1 big or 3 small? Actually, it's an older shirt. It doesn't even have... You can't see the design that was on it anymore. But it was given to me by my favorite band when I went to see them one time. It was the last one they had in my size, or actually in stock at all, so they're like, here. I was already buying another shirt and a hoodie from them at the time, so average homing or excellent homing. Baldur's Gate 3. Already set up my character, and I hope I didn't get too far into his intro. I didn't let it play, but... Alright, I need to decide on some legs. Those are plus 20 weight. Those are plus 14, 60, 180. I'm hoping I enjoy it more this time, because the last time I played it, I felt like I got stuck, and I never even got out of Act 1 of the game, so... But yeah, this game has been a slog. Mostly just because I wanted to invest time in it off stream, because it just it took its toll on me, wanting to give everything. Yeah. And fuck it. I'm never gonna use that. Alright. Like I said, I think I've said the only Souls game I've ever played was the Jedi Fallen Order ones. A lot of people don't really consider it a Souls-like, but it is. I don't understand why they don't think it is. In fact, like, the second game is a little like, what's the one? Bloodborne. The second game is a little like Bloodborne in the fact that he can have stances that have a blaster and his lightsaber. So, yeah, I've got to I've got a friend streamer going through it playing it again right now, but they're playing it to play through the DLC that they just got. So, all right, one more simulator because it gives me a new Wanzer. Okay, I have some... Oh, I get to control the base this time? Except that side. That's weird. Alright. I've never been into that style of game. Oh, I didn't change Bosch. That's not good. Wow, these guys are evasive. Kinda hurts. Alright, have a good night. I'll be okay, eventually. It's actually even later for me, but I always start late. That was a good shot. Nope. So deep, cause you are so so deep, so you always say oh, that one hit. Oh my. Oh, really? He's just going beast mode. Forgot about their Missileer. That's okay though. That's right. Stay right there. Oh. Glad she's got good evasion. Okay, that guy's dead. Okay, Hermes needs... to indecision. Soldier takes the corners from this is what you and bleed out. This is more sadness that hurts. Carry on. You're the best I ever had. It's from you promise. You're the best I ever reason I can't believe anymore. I'm leaving it. I'm caving in. Why do you even try to hold on? This is what you want. It is starting hard to speak and bleed out. The world wakes up. Grab my hand. Don't let your heroes divide. It's my luxury. It's your patience. There's a change coming soon. Really? Nothing out there where I'm actually going to be fighting? There's a change coming soon. So don't let still find. Change your patience. There's a change coming soon. You leave okay. Why do you even try to hold on? This is what you want. Why did I stop and hearts break and bleed out? If you hold me, the world will be the last to know. No more movement for you. And yeah, I think they weigh more. All of this ring. I'll be the ending, and I'll try to save a million waves from their way back to get out, and I want you much faster. of ways. You talk too much to say what you think. You're part of me. You're the only drop in the ocean. You're a part of me. You're the only drop in the ocean. All the light in Texas. The darkness from her echoes into the bottom. To the bottom. Fall to the sea. So stop it and say, never say, never close my eyes. Kill all the night in Texas. On time. The darkness won't like us. Close my eyes. If I close my eyes, I never know what to say. You never know what to say. You never know what to say. I never know what to say. Really? In a concrete jungle. Circles and concrete jungle. It's time. In a concrete jungle. Circles outside it's in a concrete jungle. Range right now. Alright, that is 6. So I can get 8 steps away. I can get close enough to attack. Never mind. Bless, man. This is Machine gun, that was what it was. Not a Wanzer, but a machine gun. Let's see if Bosch can carry it. Yes, he can. My god, that is a lot of ammo. I don't think you'll ever run out again, Bosch. Alright. Save. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then we'll go beat the game. I mean, there's a couple missions left. Oh, some of our gear. Hold on to your transport. You'll be able to access them from the Wanzer shop and the computer shop. I don't understand it. Safter should know that there's nothing to be gained from any further military action against the EC. An attack on Paris. They may be able to pull off a jump with stealth transports, but they will never be able to get out of France once they're on the ground. Their plan has failed, yet they refuse to admit their defeat. These Safran troops are no longer in their right minds. If the Blauer Nebel and Wagner aren't here, where could they be hiding? Yeah, they're on the way to Paris. Robert says the transport's warmed up and ready to go. You want to have a conversation on the way? Allison, did you postpone the EC Assembly meeting? Sorry, but I can't do that. But why? The Assembly's in danger. Unless I have irrefutable proof that the Zaftrans are approaching, I have no way of convincing the Assembly. Tell them anything as long as the meeting is postponed. Prime Minister Nolan strongly wishes to go ahead with the meeting, even though he knows what you remember. A politician's pride, is it? British troops have been secretly positioned around the Assembly building. I think he decided to go ahead with the meeting when he heard you were on your way here. It's a big responsibility he's given us. It's because he trusts you, and I have something else to tell you. Elsa? I am your mother. No, sorry, no. Do you know a journalist named Lancaster? Yes, what about him? I received a facsimile from him addressed to the Durandal. It's a copy of an old newspaper obituary for an 18-year-old boy named Rolf Wagner. Wagner? The real Wagner. The one Wagner replaced. Another piece of the puzzle. Lancaster said that most of the Blauernebel must have been replaced the same way. Already reported Wagner to Interpol. If he's caught, and he turns out to be Zaftran, there will be more evidence to support your case. Thank you, Miss Allison. No, I should thank you. Save your thanks until we manage to save the Assembly, Allison. I'm sure you'll succeed. I'll call you back later. The EC Assembly building is destroyed and the state leaders murdered. The EC will cease to function and its people will fall into a state of panic. No pressure, though. If my calculations are correct, we should be able to reach the Assembly building just before the Zaftran transports from Venezuela arrive. Nerd. I hope the Zaftran transports are spotted by the British air surveillance system. I'm sure they thought of that. The Assembly building is attacked. All of our hard work will have been for nothing. Politicians have too much pride, eh? No one would run like the others. We wouldn't have had to put our necks on the line now. This is all the speed I can get out of this bucket. If you want me to go faster, we'll have to dump your Wanzers. That won't do.
All right, we've entered France. The EC Assembly building is dead ahead.
Incoming missiles!
What?
We'll be hit if we stay up here. Drop altitude, now! Got it!
Is everyone alright? Yeah, more or less. To fire those missiles. We did receive clearance to enter French airspace. French wouldn't shoot at us without warning. Yes. Robert, what's our position? About 20 kilometers outside Paris. Let's go, we can still make it. Haven't received any reports of Zaftran and Wanzers in Paris yet, which means the Wanzers are okay. They're ready to go. We have to beat the Zaftran army to Paris if we're too late. Sounds like someone I know, trying to stop us before we reach our destination. Once I get out there, whoever shot those missiles is getting a lesson in pain. Don't worry, they didn't hit us too hard. This old bucket may need a new coat of paint, but she could still fly. Alright. One final save. Here's Suburbs.
I can't give you any support unless you do something about the anti-aircraft batteries. I'll be on high altitude standby until you do.
Roger, we're on it.
Get back here the second we take them out, okay? Roger, make it fast. Who is it? It's me. Glazer, so you are still alive?
We've lost the resource base. I managed to get away, but I couldn't use the radio until now.
I know.
Where are you?
I have the Durandal in my sights.
What? You haven't left the EC yet. Get out of there now. Do not engage the Durandal.
No. I have no reason to listen to you.
Wagner, wait. Be patient. We'll have a chance to get back at them sooner or later, but not now. Next time, I'll formulate a plan that the likes of them won't be able to stop.
Glazer, you lost. And I don't have time to listen to your excuses. I'm going to fight them. I need to know.
No? No what?
Wagner out.
Wait. Wagner, come back with me to Zaftra. We can start over. I have the perfect plan. Wagner!
Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
What?
This is Wagner, calling the members of Durandal. Wagner! There! Wagner, stop! Zaftra's guilt has already been proven. So? So you don't have to listen to them anymore. Surrender yourself to us, and we'll make sure you receive a fair trial. No. I am not doing this for Zaftra or anyone else. I am doing this of my own free will.
But why? There is no reason for us to fight anymore.
Why? I have to ask you the same question. Why do you fight? Why do you put your life on the line for the EC and people you don't even know?
This war concerns all of us.
It doesn't have to. If you do as I have and leave your country behind.
No, you are wrong. Even if you are not standing on its soil, your homeland is still your homeland.
I was right. It was Liam. It is Liam. Liam does the voice for Wagner. Liam O'Brien from Critical Role Cast.
Isn't that why you helped Zaftra? Didn't you become a spy because you wanted to protect your country? No, I was only doing my job as a covert agent, I have no love for Zaftra. I want to know. I want to know what gives you your strength. Now show me.
You're gonna go in the back.
Choice in this matter.
I know.
It's raining. Robert here. Located the enemy anti-aircraft launchers. They're way on the outside, huh? I won't be able to give you any support until you take them out, so hurry.
This is Zeman. Will our neighbor respond?
Wagner here.
We are ready to assault the EC assembly building, but we need your assistance.
You are on your own. I do not take orders from anyone now. My only mission is to fight the enemy in front of me.
But we have suffered heavy losses in Venezuela. I just don't have enough men to take the assembly. Help us, Wagner. I implore you. As a Zaftan, as a countryman.
I am on my way.
You gonna run? Alright, we're just gonna park you right here. I know they're probably linked, but that's okay. Because so are we. Oh, they're not. Okay, interesting. It wasn't a very good start, Latona. You're disappointing me, Latona. like we're going right. Double shotgun, double missiles? Interesting. You're the... But you're the... You are, aren't you? You're the guy? Yeah, you're the guy. There's the other guy. So we'll zip across the park. And take out this guy. I'd like to get rid of this guy because I think he's the other one keeping me from doing airstrikes. Air support. Well, airstrike and supply drops are the big things. Not really. I don't necessarily need to use the. Where do you think you're going? I'm not done with you. Alright, now I can give you some support. Just give me the order. Alright, I feel like they're all going to be rushing me anyway. But these two don't seem to be moving yet, so... yeah? Come on. My internet might be crapping out on me. feel like he is guarding him. I'll missile him because he shouldn't be coming. Oh my, that was some nice damage. Wow, just full defense. Every single time. Where are you going? Wow, that's the first time I've seen him dodge. So it is possible. So whenever I get perfect shot at it, I always miss. Oh my, I didn't realize all four of them were in range. It's actually a little sad. Like a cage that burns, so you'll never know. Should no mistakes. So each lost memory, that's the place we stay. There's silence as fast as you go. This is a stone. This is the thing that this is a stone. This is the constant. Just as you push. You stop things that you position. Stop the sun. Something's like a cage. Need to find. Does work. Good to know. Oh, these guys got the good machine guns, don't they? Alright, Hermes is going to need a reload soon. They are starting to gang up on me. Down here. Alright, let's see where you can drop. Supply. Right there? Nice. Let's get you in there. You didn't need that arm, did you? Really? Goddamn trees. It's not even that big a tree! Let's get Hermes over here. Wow, I didn't think he was going to need ammo ever, but he is already down to a third of his mag. As well. Ow. You're supposed to hit me. just want to come to the kill zone? Okay. Both come alive. There's more to realize. It's a death, the peace of mind. The way fight, the way it takes. It's called the time. We both belong my life. Wasn't hard to realize. It's a death, the peace of mind. And the curtains called the time. And we both understand. Wasn't hard to realize. Lots of death, the peace of mind. Peace of mind. Peace of mind. left over here? No. Okay. It's the last guy. Go right here. Repair. $20,000.
Wagner isn't here.
Weird. I mean, he's the one that started this. Where'd he go?
The only place he could have gone is the assembly building.
I mean, he could have gone anywhere else.
Stop him
But
before it's too late.
it's probably good to assume that that's where he went. Get ready fast. You got it. Come on, hurry. Alright, let's roll. If we don't stop them here, everything we work for means nothing. Come on, let's go. Are you alright, Elsa? Yes, I'm fine. Just a little nervous. Let me get these meds in my system, even though I don't have my pain meds. It's my doctor thinks I'm abusing them. It just fucking hurt. Chat. Hurry, let's protect the assembly. Make sure they're on. We're taking the ones out. Make sure yours is ready. British Army will not last long against them. We have to help them hurry. Wagner, so the time has come for us to settle our score. Hey, we've seen more combat than your average Giovanni, huh? We'll do fine. Count on my air support. Go and do what you have to and come back alive, alright? What are... Okay. Those are British Army Wanzers that are helping us. And they have... At least one has to survive, apparently. I don't think there's anything new, but we'll double check. Yeah, no. Anything else I can do to maximize my loadout? No. Alright, so Wagner's right in the middle of things here. There's 4 Wanzers between me and him. Mr. Chairman, if I may speak, I have a very important announcement to make. What is it, Mr. Noland? You're aware that we have pressing matters to discuss. I'll be brief, sir. Alright, you may speak. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, I would like to talk to you about Zaftra's smuggling of raw materials into the EC. What? Do not waste our time, Noland. Our investigations found no evidence of any smuggling either to or from Zaftra. I'm not finished. Do not interrupt me. The resource base in Poland was destroyed by Zaftra, not the UCS. Zaftra's goal is to profit from exports of raw materials to the EC. The plan also included the investigation of a war between the UCS and EC. Instigation of a war, not investigation. This would allow Zaftra to increase its export profits exponentially. This plan required for them to have cooperators inside the EC. Brigadier General Glazer and his Blauernebel are those cooperators. Glazer is still missing. There's no decisive proof of his involvement in any of these events. We found Glazer. He is currently in the British Army's custody. What? Where did you find him? In Zaftra. The British Army conducted a covert operation to take control of the Zaftran resource base at the end of the Wassaw supply tunnel. That is where we found Glazer. He was leading the Zaftran troops guarding the base. He ordered the British Army to invade Zaftra without the consent of this assembly. We had reason to believe we could recover proof of the Zaftrans' plan from that base. We have found that proof, and it will be arriving here shortly. Chairman, were you cooperating with the Zaftrans? No, I would never. Nolan must have fabricated this proof, just to justify his unauthorized attack on Zaftra. Future investigations will reveal if the chairman was also involved in this conspiracy. But gentlemen, we have already lost far too many good EC soldiers and our prize resource base in this affair. We might have avoided these losses altogether had we listened to the Durandal. They were the first to discover Zaftra's conspiracy, but we were unwilling to listen to them. Despite our lack of support, they fought bravely on their own, preventing a potential war between the EC and the UCS. And they're on their way here right now to fight their final battle. Final battle? What do you mean? Transports carrying Zaftran troops are headed this way. Your objective is to destroy this building and us, the EC Central Assembly. The Durandal is coming to stop them. What? Why would they want to kill us? What does that sound? The Zaftrans have come. Gentlemen, I have assigned British troops to defend the building, but I suggest you go to the underground shelter for your safety. This can't be happening. It's a nightmare. Prime Minister, you must go to the shelter as well. No, I'm staying here. You go, Miss Allison. Prime Minister, if I were to leave now, I would betray the Durandal again. Staying here is the only way to prove my faith in them. They will not fail, Miss Allison. I know it. I trust the Durandal as well. I will stay here with you. Thank you, Miss Allison. You're a good friend. You're welcome, Prime Minister. So I imagine the translation, almost everyone is calling her Miss Allison. So I imagine that in the original it was Allison Song, which is just the honorific for someone you don't know. So that's why it's always Miss Allison for most people talking to her. I'm going to get a look at Wagner's Wanzer, though, because it looks like it's going to be a tough one. It looks like he's got some kind of mega claw arm and a machine gun or something in his hand. Maybe a shotgun.
Wagner.
Why am I here? I had followed my orders to the best of my abilities for the Zaftran plan to succeed. But now that the plan has failed, I should have no reason to keep fighting for Zaftra.
Wagner.
That is why I came to fight you. The only ones who could best me in battle. But I am here now. Why? To help my countrymen? It can't be.
It is because you do care about your homeland, and you want to protect it.
No, you are wrong.
What else would have compelled you to come here?
You are wrong! Enough. Fate has brought you before me once more and for the last time. I finally have my wish. Come, Durandal, let us end it once and for all.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Wagner. It's considered a pile bunker. I gotta get a load of this thing in action. Alright, and we have machine gun rifle. Rifle, machine gun, allies, rifle, machine gun. Alright. We got one more fight after this. It is the Venezuela team. So we'll see how they do. What? Am I talking to? Sorry. Alright. I guess I woke my mom up talking too loud. Box in, boys. Big body hit. Some big damage. Those are big bonzers. bodied him. Ow! Anyone else got one left? Oh, really damaged. You're a machine gun. You're a machine gun. No. You're a rifle. You're a rifle. So you get behind me. You come up front. You get back. You get back. You're right there. If they actually start moving on us. Yeah, here we go. Wasting your bullets, bro. Oh wow, got a couple through, and they did almost 100 damage each. That was not under 50. Have a visitor. Get wrecked.
No, I cannot.
What's in it? That's nice. Crap! I don't want him to die. I need Hermes to stay around to heal. Got 2 big old mechs. Have to drop their stuff on me. Who needs them at the most? could trigger his death. I think that'd be the best thing to do. Even if he can't hit it very well. That's the one. Those are plus. Fuck, I'm already getting sleepy. Gotta push through. Fine art. About to die. I'm sorry I'm nodding off so bad. I didn't think everything would hit me so hard, so fast.
men? Are they?
There are not any Zaftron troops left. I'm sorry.
I see. I could not win once against you. I don't understand. Why?
Wagner.
Sorry about dozing off there. Hey. I didn't mean to say there. That's okay. Hi, Bruno Diaz, Governor of UCS State of Venezuela. I'd like to rescind their declaration of independence from the state I had made earlier this month. And following this, I would like to resign from my post as governor, taking full responsibility for the current state of affairs within the state. I appoint the Venezuelan Freedom Party as leader of the provisionary government following my resignation. Venezuelan Freedom Party wishes to end all fighting within Venezuela and begin peace talks with the UCS central government. They promise to conduct a fair election for a new Venezuela governor in the near future. A Venezuelan governor in the near future. And we're off air. You did it, Luis. Yes. Luis, you should forgive him, Luis. He's still young. I know. Elmo, I'm glad you're safe. I'm sorry, Luis. I'm so sorry. Colonel Donalds, our troops have surrounded Caracas. We're ready to move in on your order. Good. Tell the troops to move forward. Delay that order. This operation has been cancelled, Colonel. What? Who the hell are you? I'm with UCS Intelligence. I've been granted the authority to terminate all military operations in this state. Intelligence? I don't know a mere spy to stop me. You'll have to file any protests you may have to the UCS central government. You've seen Diaz's announcement on TV, haven't you? The Venezuelan Freedom Party is asking you to conduct peaceful negotiations with the central government. If you attack them now, you will destroy the UCS relations with the rest of the world. They will consider us to be an imperialistic nation bent on military conquest. Colonel. Can't believe it. We finally get reinforcements from the Atlantic, and we have to begin peace talks before one shot is fired. Fine. Call the troops back, Major. Tell them to stand down. Thank you for your cooperation, Colonel Donalds. Alright, we better get going. Where are you going, Daryl? No, she was chasing you anyway. You have to get all the evidence we took from that Zaftron base to Elsa. Well, have someone arrange a plane for you at the airport. No, Luis, no civilian planes. There could still be Zaftrans out there waiting to take a shot at us. We'll try to get the transport to Elsasanas. We have less than an hour until the rendezvous. How long will it take for us to get to Chukwamata from here? It would take 2 hours, even by plane. We would never be able to make it on time. Don't worry, I have an idea. I'm not going to do the simulator battles, but because I am sleepy. You can't be serious, Daryl. Well, I am, Ringus. I am. Cargo rail, of course. It takes less than 30 minutes for one of these cars to reach Kamana. How fast does it go? Yeah, its maximum speed is 350 kilometers. It's around 220 miles per hour, right? That's not so fast. Problem is, it gets to that speed in less than 20 seconds. It also breaks to zero in the same amount of time. What's that mean? It means that you will be under an incredible amount of G's both when it starts and when it stops. It may even be worse than a catapult on an aircraft carrier. Passing out will be the least of our concerns. So after we use this thing to come to Caracas, we should be able to handle it too. Yeah, but they're crazy. You don't. When you get too close, it's hard to laugh. I'm the joke. I can't do this on my own. You can save me from self-control. Sometimes bad things take the place where good things go. Did I not tell it to save? There sure was some other way, but I guess there isn't. I wonder if it's as much fun as a roller coaster. I'd always get sick and throw up, but I'd be back in line as soon as the world stops spinning. Daryl, I wish you people could stay here. You people could stay here a little longer. I guess we could not have done it without your help. Thank you. It appears that Lewis regards you as a role model. Probably won't admit it, and I wish I could say I didn't approve, but I can't, after all you've done for us. So, Louise, I guess this is goodbye. No, I will go with you to Kumano. Huh? Why? Zaptimus may attack you along the way. I will never forgive myself if you do not make it. But Luis goes, I go. Sounds like it's going to be a fun ride. What are you looking at, Luis? I'm not getting on that thing. Are you afraid, damn it? Of course I am. I'm an old man. Who knows how many bones I'd break if I rode that thing? Nah, you'll be alright. You're built tougher than the rest. Come on, let's go. Wait, don't push. I said I didn't want to go. Didn't I? Hey, I'll get you for this.
This is worse than I thought! Don't talk, or you'll bite your tongue.
Oh, please, Lord, make it stop.
Oof. Man. Is that you, Mom? I feel sick. Well, phooey, I thought I'd have a stroke. It really is not for people to ride. Schaefer? Yeah, I know. I'm getting off. Don't push. This is Durandal Transport. Daryl, come in. Daryl. Yeah, give me that. Daryl here. What happened to you? Nothing. Don't mind us. I'm almost at the rendezvous point. What's your position? Not far. We just got to Kumano. You made it on time. Hey, what's that thing doing here? What's up? There's a mobile weapon plot in the harbor. Wanzers, too. It's after us. Just land at the rendezvous point. We'll take care of them. Alright, but this transport won't last long if they start shooting at me. It's after us again. Man, they don't know when to quit. Had enough. We're going to take them out. Huh? We fought them this far. Let's drive them out of Venezuela. Hey, Schaefer. Schaefer's right. We must finish what we have started. Okay. Right now, anything's better than riding that cargo rail again. I checked this, didn't I? begin.
Someone tell me what the hell that is.
Super crap.
Why do they have to make everything so damn big?
Aha! It's you! When I saw that transport, I knew you'd be coming.
She's still alive!
Oh, for heaven's sakes, doesn't she know when to quit?
Doesn't look like it.
I have to tell you, I'm really glad you came all this way just to find me. Now tear them to bits!
I'm sorry, Colonel. We need a little more time to charge our weapons.
I'm surrounded by incompetence! Just hurry it up! I don't have all day!
This is our last battle, yes? This will put an end to everything, right?
Yeah. If they don't put an end to us first. There's the transport.
They'll just shoot us out of the sky if we get on it now. We have to take the Zaftrans out. Are you ready?
Yes!
As I'll ever be.
You can count on me.
All right, here goes nothing.
attacking me too. This baby can take a beating, but I'll have to leave if she takes too much damage. Well, that's not fair. rid of him. Schaefer? No problem over here.
deserve a vacation.
Well, you know, I guess this is goodbye.
Thank you for everything.
Oh, stop it. I'm not good at this sort of thing.
Thank you, Ringus and Schaefer. We'll miss you and your revolutionaries. Maybe we'll come visit once things settle down. Yeah, I'll come too.
We will be waiting.
We'll make sure to clean the place up beforehand.
Good. Well, we have a plane to catch. We'll be seeing you.
Adios, amigos.
Hey, Luis! This is yours! Half the gold for seeing us safely here! And service is rendered!
But I cannot! It's...
Don't worry about it, okay? Use it to help your people! But if you become another Diaz, we'll come back to take it away from you!
Do not worry! It is in good hands!
You got a problem?
No. I'm just wondering where you'd been hiding that gigantic soft side of yours.
I always knew you had it in you.
I didn't need you to tell me that, Schaefer.
By the way, where are we going?
I don't know yet. But I think it's safe to say we can afford to think about it a little longer, amigos.
Arrow 2, he's coming your way. Roger, Arrow 6. Are you getting slow in your old age, Arrow 4?
Hey, I was just taking it easy on him, alright? You're not bad, but this is the end of the line.
Sorry, but this is all part of the Durando tradition. Don't worry, this won't hurt a bit.
System overload. System overload. System.
This is Father One.
Did I fail?
told you earlier, this wasn't a test. It's just a custom we have to greet newcomers. Welcome to the Durandal.
Okay, party's over. Let's go, Arrow 7.
Okay.
Let us be off. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. But this machine's response is so quick, it's hard to balance.
Everyone says that at first.
Oh, I almost forgot. There was a call for you back at the base, Arrow 6.
Me? Who was it from?
It was that journalist again. What's his name?
Lancaster.
Yeah, that guy. He said he'd be waiting at the usual place.
Are you going to go?
Of course. We are having a welcoming party there, are we not?
That's right. If he is so eager to meet one of us, I say we let Mr. Lancaster foot the bill.
And that's for all of us, right? Now you're talking. All Durandal units, prepare for mass consumption.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I believe that we are always looking for something to give our lives meaning. Work, family, or even basic greed. Anything that can get us through today, tomorrow, and the day after. If we lose this anchor that keeps us moored to the shores of reality, we become derelicts on a sea of loneliness, carried slowly away by the drifts of time towards death. But some people can become the wind that fills our sails and the guiding light that brings us to safe harbor. I believe it is a power that we all have. All we need is the will to use it.
That's credits, y'all. So yeah, I did exactly the twice a or not exactly, but 3 hours over what it took me to beat it last time originally, which is over here. Included at 73 hours. So yeah, it was way over that. Just 3 hours. It was 11 hours over what it took me to beat it the first time. Because I did so much grinding. Alright, well that's all she wrote. I am very, very sleepy. I am going to get off. But we will be starting Baldur's Gate 3 next time we play. I had a run in Baldur's Gate 3. I played about 40 hours, I think, was my time on the game. And I wasn't even out of Act 1, so... Because I'm an explorer, and I was checking every nook and cranny. And, yeah. So... Hopefully this time it'll go a little easier. I think I made myself a little harder to deal with because I made my character a halfling, and they get to carry less things. They have to use shorter weapons, and it just got into a big headache of what I could do and couldn't do. So yeah, we've deleted him, we've created a new character. This is what we'll be playing next. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I'm gonna have to see how I feel, because I don't think I'm gonna be feeling great for the next month. But we'll see. And I appreciate you watching any of this, however long you did. I know I'm getting comments on YouTube, so thanks for watching there. And I hope we get some more people coming in for Baldur's Gate 3, and we get to actually proceed in it this time. But that's all she wrote for tonight. So again, good night, have a good day, or whatever time it is for you, and see you next time.